Hello, good afternoon. Welcome. Don't mind me, just making sure that this thing could actually run. I'd noticed when I had started streaming that we wasn't getting any construction materials at all, and that's because they didn't have an output for them. So that will fix the problem for now. We'll leave that boosted. Okay, so plan today is going to be not quite in the order that is listed. Trains are going to be a part of it. We do need to plan the trains off first. Right, yes, we need the lab rebuilt. But before we can actually start making trains, we need glass. So we're going to need sulfur to get ourselves acid. Basically, we need these things here done, which is all very well and good, except we tore down our research lab. So that's going to take a little bit longer than I would like. We can accelerate this, though. Let's increase the urgency for all of this lot. In fact, we can just quickly make a bunch of these. We may as well get them online. But yeah, we need to get acid production working, then we're going to need to get... oh, I am changing the wrong thing. We need to get acid production working, then we need to get glass production going, then we'll actually be able to start manufacturing trains. But we can figure out where the trains are going to go before we get to that point. Okay, that's fine. Feed all of that into here. It is these ones that we need. I did it again. Unless belts are automatically... Oh, belts are automatically one. And now I need to change the others back, because that'll mean that the belts will get powered down. Which would not be good. Which other one did we accidentally change? These two. There we go. So yeah, that's going to be the general plan for today, and then if we get all of that done, we will work on getting recycling going. Make this high priority. And then once they're done, we need this back online. Gets fed from here, and its inputs are already sorted. Or already built, more accurately. It just needs the feeds. Okay, that should do that. Let's speed things up. Let's see. Okay, have they finally managed to empty out that? They have, so let's turn iron production back online. And start thinking about things. So, I want to have... Actually, there's two things we need to do. We need to start producing... what's it called? Rails. We need to get production for rails along the way. Depends on whether or not we're going to have the rails on that side. I was considering putting them this side. Rails don't take too much. Build mode. 2, 3. There's room to have a fourth one there if you need it. I think it's just an assembler. Does it need an assembler 3? It might need an assembler 3. It needs an assembler 3. Oh, it's concrete slabs. I thought it needed I thought it needed gravel. Ah, no, placing the rails takes gravel. Reminder, don't backseat game, I can figure this stuff out on my own. You know better, I have to keep telling you. There's no point redacting the message, I already saw it after I figured it out. Okay, so yeah, we do still need to make gravel somewhere. It was still not giving me the opportunity to figure it out. It was way too quick. One of these, yeah, you hold rock. I think we just crush you for gravel. It's the easiest way to do that, which is under smelting. Yeah, crush rock for gravel. Oh, we have 2 lots of rock up here. We're going to go through more iron than anything else, so... I figured out I needed gravel yesterday, but I didn't realize that it wasn't for the rails itself. Do I just want to pipe from there into here? Yeah, let's do that way. That makes sense. Stick you. Oh, you need to go up a little bit. That's so awkward and annoying. That's fine. There's space behind you. Let's move this back a bit. Not enough. Come on. Not enough. Now that doesn't make sense. Why are you weaving out? To weave back in? Oh, because you... No, that way. That's still not enough. Fair enough. Oh, it's going up 2 levels. That's why. That's fine. The output's on ground level, so... Okay. There be our gravel. We'll tell it to leave a little bit in there. You need to crush rock to gravel. Okay, you're 1 to 1. How much is it per rail? How much of this stuff am I going to need? I have a feeling I'm going to need a big storage. It's not too expensive. We can upgrade the storage later. 200, or is it 200 for those, or is it 180? 180 is still going to give us a reasonable amount of track. Does it still use gravel if we go up a level? Interesting. It's still using gravel even though this is now on stanchions. Fair enough. Your rail parts. That actually works. We need to get the steel over here, but we have places we can do that. We can pull the concrete clean off here. There we go. Research is on the way again. What else? I wanted to place depot. That's a lot bigger than I was expecting it to be. Okay, R is just bendy. It says whether or not you want to make it bendy initially. Rotate the end direction of the track. Rotate the end direction of the track preview counterclockwise. Cycle minimum radius. Okay, so that one's just saying how sharp can the track be. So F is just saying it's like maximum sharpness is allowed, but if we change it, so that's just going to control basically the speed of the train. The train will have to go slower around tighter turns. So by setting it to 30, then you guarantee the train doesn't need to slow down. But if you don't mind the train going slowly, because like it's approaching the station, you can always have a tighter turn. I imagine J is just steepness of slopes. Yeah. And that's a similar sort of thing. The sharper the slope is, then the slower the train has to go to get up it. It will favour, by the looks of it, as least sharp a slope as it can manage. But you can force it to use a less sharp slope. And yeah, R is just changing the output angle, R and T. I was going to put this here, but this is a bit too big. Is it going to be a problem, it being here? Well, we can interact with it once we've got it placed down, so let's place it down and then we'll think about it. Trains come out this end. Time to travel. Running cost. Can I get that information here? No, that's construction information. Cost the same. Has a lower running cost. 2 diesel. 2 pollution. Does it list torque? has a higher top speed. An auxiliary wagon for carrying extra fuel and food greatly extends the range of a steam locomotive in front of it. Can only be placed behind a steam locomotive, but also allows a larger length. That allows a larger length as well. I thought I needed a building upgrade to make long trains. There we go. There's a limit to the depot. Depot is limited to 6, so we would need to upgrade the depot to make it longer. Can I rotate you? You're pointing the wrong way. How do I make a double-headed train? Okay, no, it can run backwards. So it has figured that out. So yeah, it's just the illustration up here is wrong. Does that have the same limitation? Yeah, it has to be 6. Oh, length tiles. That's the actual length of the train. I misread that. It's not the length the train can be, it's the actual physical dimensions of the train. Okay, so the thing I was curious about is which of these has the most torque. So if we do that, then this has the highest speed. But when going up a slope, it's going to be down to 13. That's good on a slope of 12, better on a slope of 12. Okay, so the steam locomotive has more torque. So it can pull better. It doesn't have as high a top speed, but it can maintain its speed better. But you also then need to manage its coal, its water. It's going to be more polluting, and it costs more maintenance. Not much more maintenance. Maintenance isn't really an issue. So it's just going to come down to really... At the minute, these don't need to go uphill, so it's not that big of a deal. I assume better trains are later in the list. That's train pollution, that's not what we're looking for. One assumes we'll be able to make better trains. It might come under better vehicles. There's hydrogen cells, that's just fuel types. Mega vehicles. Hydrogen mega vehicles. Maybe there isn't actually better trains. Either that or I've missed them. I would kind of expect them to be around here with the rest of this. Micro productions. Locomotive might be a good idea. I imagine there's got to be at least some way to improve their pulling power. Other than maybe just adding more trains to the front of it. I'm not seeing anything obvious. I won't worry too much about it then. How's construction going in general? Oh, this lot's almost done. We can probably turn you off boost now. How's resources going? Stable, slowly running out of sand, we're running out of bricks. That was kind of expected. I haven't got things set up to be delivered. Okay. Need to keep an eye on these three specifically. Not too worried actually if bricks run out, because they're just used for construction materials. Oh, and now that they've managed to cut down this lot here, we could actually expand this. If we upgrade that, then we can turn this off. It's just that this is... we'd have to overclock this to keep up with upgrades for these. Do we get a better rotary kiln? No, we just get a better way to make cement using fuel gas. Which is a little ways off. So yeah, we would need to either overclock or double the rotary kiln. Let's see. We know that we want to have a train track running right-clicked game. Thank you. Ramp allowing vehicles to enter and exit level crossing from ground level. Allows vehicles to safely cross over the tracks. Elevated road that connects. Now, why are these not the same size as the bridges? These should be the same size as the bridges. Now they just look weird. My British sensibilities says that this is wrong. This should be this way. We drive on the left-hand side. I don't think there's any way to change that though. That's fine. So what is this one then? Oh right, that's if you don't have the rails right next to each other and there's a gap between them. Does flip work? Oh, flip works. We can set this up correctly. We can't force them to do it on the road, but we can force them to do it here. You will drive on the correct side. Okay, I didn't actually check resources. Okay, so these are actually cheap. They're just basic construction materials. Okay. Let's get this running. Do I want to upgrade this? Let's get this upgraded so that we can get a few more tier 3 parts coming faster. Steel we're going to need to pull off of here. Can bring that all the way down. We don't need to bring it all the way down. Bring it down to 2. And then it can go in. And then from here, we bring that up to 1. Bring it along to here. And then we connect it into there. That's the one, isn't it? Yeah. Rail production on the way. It's an expensive building. It's going to take a while till we can afford that, but that's fine. I mean, plenty of other things we need to be doing till then. So we just needed to make sure that we had that allocated. And then we can figure out everything else from here. I definitely want to be able to deliver the coal. Because the coal is something that's going to need to be constantly going back and forth anyway. We are slowly running out of copper, so I do need to bring another one of these online. I think we already got all the pipework up and running, yes. I haven't fully decided yet. This coal supply here, there's not much of it, but this coal supply over here, we have a lot of coal that we can run a train off of. It's uranium. Any other coal supplies? Another big supply here. So we can run the train off coal for a while. Smaller supply here. Thank you, Fog. You made this infinitely easier. There we go. Complain about the fog and it'll go away. If only that works in real life. That's easy enough to test, and it is a good question. I imagine it's going to be or depend on how deep the water is. Let's try and make it easy for it. That is looking like an immediate no. And I can't see underneath the water. If you have a shallow bit of water, it might work. I'm wondering if I can snake, or if it's possible to snake it around here. We have the sharpest turn availables. I don't know what height we currently have it assigned to. No, doesn't want to do that. How about this? This might be a doable thing. Yeah, no, it needs something underneath it to build to. I imagine that yeah, you can still see it here. That's too low down. If you have a shallow bit of water, then probably yes. I imagine it will go up to about 5 deep. Because that's how tall you can make them. See, it's okay with that. Which is why I was wondering if you could snake it around the coast, but the coast all tends to just drop clean off. I don't think there's many places I'm going to need to worry about that. But with that duly noted, at least we know what our next major dumping project is going to be. Actually no, because we was going to use this coal up here first. Because we need to come over here for the copper. That said, all of this is digging, it doesn't require any dumping. So yeah, that probably is going to be our next major dumping project. We'll have to dig our way down so that we can make an area here to start to put a station on to handle all of this. That's iron, isn't it? So we're going to need to come over here for iron anyway. This is bauxite, which I didn't realise that's bauxite as well. So we actually have aluminium nearish. So yeah, we might run some coal trains then. Just because we have the coal and there's lots of it around. And we are out of workers. Duly noted. That being the case, we're going to need that. And we may actually need the next farm up and running at that point. Have they still not managed to empty this? Come on, this is export priority number 1. Grab the coal from here. That's why. Grab from the other one first. Make that export 2, actually. And yeah, we need to route this not over to here. Glass is going to go in there. This one here can be rail parts. Actually, no, we were going to put glass in here, weren't we? So that can still be allocated for other things later. Right, we'll build this backwards. Actually, no, we'll build it forward. There's no reason not to. Okay. Rails are used for nothing other than making rails. Or rail parts are used for nothing other than making rails, so I don't think I need any kind of splitter here. Actually, we should have a flat connector here. We don't need a splitter. Bring this up to 1. Bring this under here. Which way around do I want to route this? We already have a lot of stuff up here. Let's bring this along here. I'm going to take it underneath. Actually, no, we're going to have to go up again anyway. We'll bring it alongside that. So we'll bring it over to here. We'll bring it up to whatever level that is, 3. That we can bring it up to 4. Bring it up to 4, put it there. Bring you along here. To here. Down to 1. And bring you in. I'll get rail production on the way once we have the house or the homes and the staff for it. That's been upgraded, so I do need to boost these for a bit. If we're boosting those, we can probably burn some extra food to make up the shortfall. Oh, we have sulfur processing. Now, how are we going to get sulfur? Sour water, that's right. And we're going to get our salt for glass making from brine. And I was going to move this. We now have the space to move this, so yeah, we have the spare things to just immediately take them down and put them over here. There are trees in the way. You disappeared. Where have you disappeared to? I assume over here somewhere. Where have they gone? There's one of them. Ah, they're staring at this tree is what they were doing. They were trying to figure out now, how do we get to that thing to cut it down? We may need to set up a tree farm today as well. Oh. The diggers have caught up. Let's allow them to dig a bit more. Shift all that stuff into the sea. Okay. Okay, it should be able to get out of there. Right, we need to set up a location where we can farm trees. The place I was going to put it, I can't. In fact, we do need to dig out some of this because it's not flat. Oh no, this bit is. Do need to still dig it out a little bit. And we're probably going to need to protect the area. For the time being, they can start digging or cutting down these. That'll do for now. And I think we'll set the tree farm up here. Which I'm not going to be able to allocate at the minute. Let's, however, the mining control tower back over here. Okay, and I need flatten. That area flattened. This bit should already be flattened. Oh, I forgot we still had this control tower over here. Let's knock that one down. This one's more central. The only thing we're dumping over here is dirt. Bring that online. That's fine. Dig out that bit. Let's also make sure this bit here is flat. We'll borrow one of you. Okay. Well, no, that one figured it out. There's a way for you to get out there. It's a lot smaller than I was planning, but it works. No, but I am familiar with it. At least the name. Okay, what can I temporarily turn off? That doesn't... Yeah, I didn't think that doubled the amount of workers that work there. That's fine. I need both of these running. What can I temporarily turn off? Again, being able to see the productivity would be really, really helpful. Okay, yeah, we just need to get this online, so... Those are not keeping up. Why did I suddenly get a boost up to that? Food, electricity, water, health, 6. Oh right, yeah, because we tore a thing down. We haven't rebuilt it yet. Come on, just drive out. Don't be silly. Turn the beacon off for now because we don't have the homes for them. Quick build that. Let's turn research efficiency off so that we can use it for boosts. Yeah, they are 25 apiece. We have lost some kind of income for. Boosts. The beacon shouldn't be on. Wait, how much did it say was being used in boosts? That didn't seem right. Okay, 1 on boost. 5 edicts. Okay, we'll have to turn something off. Oh, I turned food saver on rather than plenty of food. That's why. I got things backwards. That should fix it. There we go. Positive number. Let's get this built. We will leave it paused. Can they dig areas that have trees on them? I don't necessarily want to remove the trees in the area that I'm flattening. I'd rather cut them down. We're going to need a farm over here and what else? The planting area. We're also going to need the actual planters themselves. That we can make. We only need the one. At least for now. That is a high priority job, please. Can you actually supply workers to there? Thank you. Of all the things it's going to not supply workers to, the thing making maintenance that is required to keep everything running. Yeah, good job. Stupid game. We don't need you running. We don't need you running currently because we don't have the bits for you. Okay, if this is going here... We don't... it doesn't matter if this is sharp. Probably going to need to flatten that. Shouldn't we be getting rails at this point? Or have we only just started making them? We must have only just started making them. Okay. Yeah, if this is going to be where this is, which I think it has to be, it makes most sense. I don't mind if... these are sharp. No, that is right. That is what that wants to do. We do that there. And then to there. We're going to have to flip the direction of these. Okay, I am understanding. Although you're still trying to go that way. I clearly clicked on this thing. There we go. If I grab that and rotate it, it's still going to technically be wrong for tracks we want to bring off this way. That's if I want to do it that way. That means the train would have to come along here. We'd have to have a level crossing here, so that any vehicles that want to come this way, means the vehicles on this bit will on this side. That's a good point. We need to expand this out. For one, this is in range of that, and it doesn't want to be. So while I'm looking at it, and I remember 3 extra 4. That's what I'm looking for. There we go. Some digging is required, so we are going to need to expand this one out. Train doesn't need to get up here yet, but it will do. Maybe we move this down then. Figure out where everything is going to go and then try and connect everything up. I don't necessarily mind the trains going slow through this area here. We can't change the direction of the train in there. This actually might be a bad idea. We may not be able to do this way. Because looking at this, I'm betting that this expands out the back side of it. So extensions to this go this way. So this will never work, because we'll never be able to expand it. Which means we'd need to put this somewhere else. Okay, we're out of concrete. Oh, we're out of sand. Do they still have a digger assigned? No. Okay, if we dig any further this way, then we start messing with this ramp, which we're going to need to eventually so we can get all the coal. Yeah, we need another digger back over here. No longer dumping sand in here, but digging it back out again. Might be worth having a separate... one of these, I don't know. Maybe we just need to increase the size of them. Do we want to make a bigger digger? We can't make a bigger digger yet. Because we need the glass. Key in research has been paused while we're waiting on this. Let's pause that, because that's what's consuming all of this. We need the sand. We need the sand now. Let's steal from here. Okay, you may dig out the sand again. Okay, with this bit done, we can now actually put this lot over here. Which will allow for expansion later. Just to put things where they're supposed to be. Still haven't got all the coal out of here. Need more mining area. Okay, let's get in concrete coming again. So yeah, if this expands out the back, then we have a problem. Of attached train depot, multiple extensions can be chained together. The only place that can attach is the back, and it makes the most sense, because that's where the rail is. So if we assume that it has to build the train within its confines, then this expands out that way. So we cannot build this here, and we cannot build it. Well, we can't build it here. We need to find somewhere else for it. Over here isn't a terrible idea or a terrible location for it, I don't think. It does mean that it will have to be delivered to via trucks, and we need to make sure that it will have adequate rail connection to it. Okay, let's put that on the back burner for now. We need to get start work on acid production. So water stripper. Into a mixer, I think. Wrong kind of mixer. We don't have a use for ammonia at the minute other than to throw it into the sky. This will return an amount of water. And this produces 36 acid. And the goal is to use it for glass. We're only going to need one of them a minute, but we should scale for 2. So that's 6. This output's 9. So we do in fact need 2 of these. Those are inputs, not outputs. These need steam as well. Backwards. So if you can just go straight in. Water, we're going to need to run through a pipe balancer. Drew it wrong. So we need to run it through a pipe balancer so that we can feed back from here. The sour water's over here. We put these up here because it needs the coal. Is that the only way to turn seawater into that? Ah, no, we'll get a thermal desalinator later. Just mindful of how many things we're going to have to bring back and forth. We also need, research for that is on the way. Salt production. Let's our population increase speed. We also don't need that anymore. .1% every 60 seconds. Okay. These are running at full speed again, but they're almost certainly not keeping up. They use 12 each. Yeah, we're going to be consuming way more than we're producing. Yeah, that's what I thought. Gonna need 80 for this. And I imagine the ponds, yeah, they also take an amount. Okay. How finished are you guys? I need you to focus on getting that area flat. Everything else can wait. Get that area flat. So that I can move these over to here. Because then all of the waste products come down this line. I will have to reroute them, but at least that will then put them right next to where we're going to be processing them. I can't build these until I know how big the salt stuff is going to be. But that's a perfectly reasonable enough setup for that at the minute. Can be piped out. We need to bring the steam down here as well. We can pre-plan some of this. This doesn't need to be a tier 2 at the minute, but when all of these are online it will do. Can't make sour water any other way, so this will not be enough to keep this running or keep 2 of these running. Not at the minute. I keep forgetting I can send you out to places, and we should be sending you out to places. Don't want to touch these at the minute. That's quartz. There's our sulfur mine. Didn't we find a coal mine? There's our coal mine. Ship needs repairs. Bring it to here.
Looks like it's time to boil up.
The use for rocks. Okay, good. They've stopped mining coal, so they're going to expand this out a bit. That will hopefully give things opportunity to empty from here. Because they should stop exporting from here once all of this is empty. We need more sand. Need a lot more sand than that, but that'll do for now. Okay, that's all ready. Potatoes, corn, wheat, vegetables. Plenty of dirt. And this is keeping up. Okay, I think I need to bring another one of these online. Just so that we can process more of the food into fertilizer. We'll bring this one online. And we may as well allocate these, even if we're not going to build them at the minute. We'll get one more lot in and then we'll leave at that. And then if we start losing our supply of food, if any of these start going down, we'll bring the other farm online. Okay. Need these guys to hurry up with this. Damn it, they haven't quite flattened out enough that I can allocate the building. Because then I could start rerouting things. I feel like too much of this stuff is making it through to here rather than through to the boiler. Maybe what I need to do... No, it knows that these are the priority inputs. Wait. I think I might see what the problem is. That's not an output anymore. No, I want the pipe. Give me the pipe. The pipe. Okay, the pipe is correct. I think that's done the job. I think it's just that I had that priority input, priority output. So our diesel stock's full. Why are you not running? Our diesel is full. This is a good problem to have. Just makes keeping an eye on this a bit of a... or making sure that this change here was fine. Okay, I think that will work better. I think I just had the bottom balancer configured wrong. It was still trying to output to what originally went directly to the boiler, rather than looping up into the top. And the reason we had done it that funny way is that we wanted to prioritize the burn-in of these two rather than the burn-in of the fuel gas. So, fine, all good. Methinks. Plenty of sand in here. We do need more concrete. Did we ever upgrade these? We didn't. We was thinking about it. These can't keep up, so there's no point having the boosts on these. We have the spare workers. We can unpause that. Are we full of rails? We're full of rails. Good. Our path across is built. For the sake of making things look clean. Okay, and not a lot of refugees. Good. That will supply the bits and pieces we need for all of these. Should be enough for all of that. It is. Do we need to bring the other maintenance thing online yet? No. Not by a long shot. Okay. So we're waiting for salt research so that we can finish designing what needs to come down here, and then we're going to have to rewire all of that. That's fine. Can't do glass work until that's ready. How's our tree stuff coming along? Let me... What is a default control tower range? Reasonably big area. How deep is that? Okay. If we want to get all of the coal that is there, then this does need to be over a bit further. We can flatten that bit of the mountain out. Gonna need a line for the train and the road along here. So... Okay, that puts it past the road. We then need a non-irrigated farm to produce us seeds. Somewhere nearby. Ideally, if we can have it straight next to it, that would be grand. So there would be good. Probably a little bit further up. I think only the building is... Oh no, it is complaining. It's probably complaining that the mountain is in the way. I think it doesn't... Does it care about the trees so long as it can place the rest of it? Yeah, no, it needs the trees gone as well. Okay, so if we have that there, then that gives us room to put a storage container for the plants beneath it. So not the plants, tree saplings. And it can just directly feed into it. So that's all good. That farm won't then need any other maintenance. We'll just have it cycling between leaving fallow and growing saplings. Millionaires outside of a tower's influence. It might be talking about those. Ah, no, it's talking about these. Probably. Yeah, that's cleared that error. No compatible sorting plant. I know you mean sorting plant is full. Why are you still getting coal from here? We haven't set up import or export routes. Is it because it was paused? It's because it was paused. Oh, you've actually recovered all of your area. You just need to fill in a little bit more here. I am inclined to... Yeah. One more. Just for safety's sake. We can expand it out a bit further later, but that'll help. Okay. You need to start mining me more copper. You still have some iron to mine. We'll have to keep an eye on the sand. Turn that off for now. Go find other things to do. We do need sand for glass. What building is glass made in? So we need a sand input, we need a limestone input, and a salt input, and then an acid input. That goes into a mixer. One of those. One of these to two of these to two of these to an extra one of these. So we go mixer into it's backwards. One of those into two of these. Into a device we don't have yet. And then one to handle recycling. So we're going to need 1, 2, 3, 4 inputs, fluid inputs. Sand, limestone, salt we don't have yet, recycled glass we don't have yet, acid. We can assign all of these to be able to... Yeah, we can assign all of them to be able to reprocess scrap glass. And have that be their prior or first priority. We'll do that using a single belt because it will use less power, and I don't think we need the throughput. Maybe we do need the throughput. No, we should be alright. We need to have an individual output from the balancer for each thing. They do need coal as well, so I can't have it this close. Yeah, we're going to need a single locator, or we're going to have to move this coal loose storage and this coal's loose storage, and I think we'll feed it into a single one and then belt it over to the others. Okay. This output's at 60 a second, so that can just be fed straight in. If this is what's going to hold our scrap... we don't know if the position is going to be fine. And it will depend upon the speed at which we get in scrap, because each of these are going to produce 12 scrap. At the minute we don't need it. There's salt. It doesn't need to be a tier 2. Tier 1 is enough. That would be overkill. Right. Let's have a look-sees. Okay. Oh, that's a lot smaller than I was expecting it to be. Same size? Same size. You take brine and give me salt. Keep up with glass production. We would only need the one at the minute. I imagine we're going to need a lot more glass later. What are we going to need salt for? It's going to be used in food in the not too distant future. Nuclear power by the looks of it, I think. Titanium chloride to make titanium. Yeah, it's using nuclear processing. Okay. We'll put 2 down. We should only need the 1. Gotta remember we're allocating space along there for a road. I don't think we're ever going to bring the train down here. And it's not down this side. Might run the train down this side. Although... no, the train will end up coming down this side it's going to, because we'll have ports over here that it may need to pick up stuff from. Okay, have they given me the space yet to drop this down? Still not quite. They're working on it. Okay. Salt in that case can just be put into a loose storage. Doesn't need anything fancy. How have I done it up here? That way round. In all likelihood, we're not going to produce enough brine to be running both of these. The brine is only being used, or being generated. We may actually not be generating enough brine for even 1. And in fact, we should probably do that instead of this. Can we turn brine into water? Usable water, though. No. Okay, so we're gonna need a slightly different approach. You were built there temporarily. I need to move you. I think I put that there for lack of anywhere else to put it. We still need that to be gone, though. We'll see what goes straight into. Yeah, I don't think there's a reason to use this, because... that would use twice as much seawater. So again, another slight tweak. We're not going to generate enough brine to run 2 of these, so if we do it that way round, electricity consumed when operational. When enabled, this consumer will become a surplus consumer and will only be using power made by generators that allow to use surplus consumption, i.e. solar panels. Also, in case this is enabled, okay, I understand. Just trying to think about it from a maintenance and people point of view. Whether it's worth me going powered, I don't think it is at the minute. Okay, move this up by 1. Rid of these. We're going to need a U-shaped balancer. Priority, use the brine first. So priority input. And we'll convert the seawater directly secondarily. Which might mean I need to put a fluid balancer up here. No, because once this is full, these will stop accepting seawater if this is still producing. So yeah, we don't need another balancer. This will do the job. Bring these online, that's for later. Okay, bring the sour water along here, into here. We'll need a fluid balancer up here. We're only going to be making enough sour water to run one of these some of the time. So we're really not going to get much sulfur for the acid. We need to bring steam down this way as well. We may need to get the sulfur mine up. We'll see. We only need half of this one at the minute. These inputs all come from pipes. That's going to go into a pipe and over there. We need storage for the actual acid itself. Just because if they are running at full capacity, they won't be for a long time. Then one pipe is technically not enough. Okay. we still out of bricks? We are. Okay. Okay, have you given me the space yet? Can I put this down? So I can start rerouting everything. That looks like a yes. We'll put it... here. Okay, we don't need to have this specifically specified like this anymore. You may continue your work on making me a nice big pier and expanding things out. And I'm going to extend this area. So that I can also get them to start flattening out this bit here. That is just a bush, isn't it? That is just a bush. Mark a bunch of the stuff that is already done. Okay. Right. Now for the annoying bit. From which end do we start doing and hooking things in? Let's shift all of this up so that we can put another fluid tank down. Specifically for sour water. And with that in mind, there's no reason that we shouldn't also put a fluid tank down for brine. We'll run steam into the middle so that we can move this up here. They don't need individual connections. Actually, they would have needed individual connections. Okay, let's move this up. Put it there for now. Move this up a wee bit. That works. Okay, yes, that bothers me. And it's really easy just to make it nice and neat. We may as well. Kind of wish it wasn't putting a stanchion there, but never mind. I applaud your ingenuity, but that is not what I was trying to do. It's like, I can make this work. That's not what I wanted you to do. I appreciate you trying to make it work. That's not the plan. Okay. We need... This is level 1. Does that stay? Yes, up until it gets to that point. Balancer will have to go here. We need to bring these pipes up to level 5? That's actually only level 4. Actually, yeah, thinking about it, we shouldn't get any diggers coming down here anyway, so we don't need to go any higher than 2. Or any... so long as we're higher than 2 or higher, we should be fine. Okay, that is going to need a tier 2 connection. Sour water. That then needs to come along to here. And again, up to 5 and over. There we go. Better. These are online. So let's get these built. And then we can... Is there a button? Okay, I do need to select it to do it. Okay, good job. Tear this pipe down now. We will know we are done once all of these pipes have been removed. Okay. Next thing we'll bring over... What to bring over next? Steam is the next thing we need to connect into here. So let's get a Steam output. I think we have spares here. Steam inputs. This is a Steam output. Do we need much? We need very little Steam. Okay. That's already a level 5, so we will have to... Yeah. We go on to here. Level 4. Bring it under to here. Bring it up to 5 here. Let's try and make the stanchions somewhere near correct. Okay, that's Steam input. Do we need pure water over there? Why do I think we need pure water over here? We don't. Our resources are almost full, so I brought the speed of the game back down again. No sense wasting them. That said, am I happy with the position of these? Because we can just start building some of this stuff. We could also start upgrading some of these. If we upgrade this and this, then this line here is self-sufficient. At the minute, these two are powering or putting all their resources into that. No, we don't. We don't need the resources at the minute. It's not a problem. Okay. Okay, and sand. How have we not run out of coal? We have run out of coal. We may have forgotten to allocate the next area to dig. Maybe just a little bit. To be fair, we did allocate them to get this bit done. Isn't there supposed to be a digger working over here? Needs more trucks. The trucks have too far to go to dump their stuff. At least, no, because most of them should just be able to dump in here, so God knows where they've gone. Okay, this is keeping up a little better now. Too well, in fact, with Fulham fertilizer. We shouldn't be able to go past 100. Where did your other trucks go then? Is one of your trucks trying to dump over here? Can't do, because this one has coal. That's wood. You're over here getting fuel. How are we for allocation of trees? Almost. Once you're done on that, we need you to cut down... We'll go with these. And then get these. We don't need that area at the minute, but we will do. Okay. Nope, I was going to move that. I realised that I can... Or I need to weave a few more things through here. That's what I wanted to change it to. Okay. Wait a second, why did I do that? That's not how that's supposed to go. The ammonia is an output. Ah no, that's water. That should be the water output. The ammonia output is here that we're not dealing with. This is correct. And yeah, that's why we needed to bring water down here. We have a perfectly reasonable pipe here we can use, but it's going to need to be bigger. Given that this supplies some of the water this needs, this only needs to be a small pipe from that point onwards. We are, however, going to need to pull it off of... We'll go here. So that we can keep it in line with this. Level 3. Well, we could bring it up to level 4. Nuts. They're not aligned. Never mind. The rest of them are. It's fine. From here... Okay, that's good. Now we need to get the output out of here. Basic pipe will do the job. We're going to need to bring it up first. I'm going to need to build this from the other side if I want it to have matching stanchions. You are going over here to be burned. You need to go straight in. Actually, no, do you need to be burned or exhaled? Flare, you need to be burnt. So I actually need to... Okay. This doesn't get piped. We can't use that flare stack because we can't use this as fuel. That is all kinds of wrong. And I appreciate the ingenuity game, but this is not what we're trying to do here. Okay. That goes there. And you connect those two up, please. You don't remove the connector. The connector is there for a reason. Again, the connector is there for a reason, game. Stop removing it. See? This is how it's supposed to be. Right. Happy with position for this lot as well then. Do that. This can be allocated to salt. Okay, now we need to redirect these. Actually, no, let's take it around this way then, with the actual seawater one. Bring it to here, up to 3. And then, yes, here.
Get ready.
Actually, back a little bit. So that we can get it similarly situated to that one. So it comes out here, goes up to 5, goes across to here, plus one more, down and in. Okay. Oh, we accidentally inverted the entire line. Not strictly speaking what we wanted to do, but... That's weird though, why isn't... Oh, because it does actually simulate where the water is in the line. That's why it's not just immediately coming all the way back. Can I just deconstruct this with a button? Yes. Does this go all the way over? It does. That makes things so much nicer. Okay. Foul water. I think that stays there, but we do need to redirect the pipe. And you're gonna need to come into one of these two connectors. Presumably that one. So let's have you on the left-hand side. Looks good to me. Oh, you're technically on the wrong side though. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's not deconstruct. That's just request trucks empty this. We do still need to manually deconstruct this one. And then the same will apply for this, because it's already empty. And then we can also just get rid of the rest of this as well. Outstanding. Okay, priority output there. Thought I'd already set that up though. Priority output there. Right, with that in place, I can bring these online. We are currently not generating enough water for this to actually supply it, so we are going to need the seawater one, but it allows us to actually make use of our waste products. And we have acid as well. Outstanding. Oh, and that is even better. We just got glass making. Okay. You make me glass involving acid. This makes me recycle glass, then glass with that, in that order. Recycle the glass first. That just outputs glass directly. We do need to leave room for a train to come up here. Hang on a second, how did we run out of maintenance? Pause. Have we run out of steel? Is it because we've only just started catching up with the amount of coal that we've had? There's a decent amount of coal in storage. We've been out of steel for a while, that's why. We have literally only just started reproducing it. I should have been paying more attention to the beeps. They were warning me about something important. It's also possible that we actually do need to turn one of these on. Because we've run out of iron as well. Yeah, we best build a couple more. Just to get things sorted. Don't worry about iron for the time being. Let's get us our steel. And thinking about it, that one does need to be a higher tier one. To supply all three of those. One to one to one. So that is sufficient stuff there to keep all of that running. Let's... Is there a button for... There is. You. Not that one, that one. That'll help things catch back up to where they should be. Right, yes, so we need space for a train to come up here. That is enough space for a train to come up here. How big are stations? I don't think they're actually that big from what they seem like. You need a station. In fact, if we're going double-headed train, then we actually only need one line up here. Because this is just going to be a stop, so we don't need to worry about trains being able to get past each other. That's to fuel the train itself. You're basically just going to be bringing coal. Most likely. Or should I have the train parked somewhere else to fill up? How much can these store? Only 120 each. Thinking. Winnie the Pooh face. We also need to get sand, lime scale, and that up here. That's specifically just for the glass making. There's no reason we couldn't get a train to deliver all of these. When enabled, only trains with low fuel allow here. Add filter. Train station. Add depart conditions. Empty of products. Okay, good. Now, can I? Yes. But is this train empty of product? In fact, we don't even need 3 of them. We can just do 1. If you are empty of any accepted product, then you may depart. So that's looking like we're going to have triple carriage trains. Double-headed. We should probably have a station for refueling rather than refuel them here. And then this would be fluid for the acid. And 2 lots of loose. Let's give it a bit more breathing room. Do I want to use these as the actual storage? For glass, it's probably enough. We wouldn't need the extras. Oh, bollocks, I forgot about that. Salt. So we would actually need max length train, and then this is glass scrap, broken glass. That is the wrong way. Where is it? That goes bye-bye. We don't need this. I was only there if we was going to have a straight station, so we can do that. The train needs to be able to come to over to here to unload all of these. There's no reason that they don't have to, or there's no reason they couldn't share this line. It just means that when one is entering or leaving, then they've got to wait. And then this holds all the coal for all of this. I think that's a reasonable plan. I'm liking the sounds of that plan. We still don't have enough maintenance. How have we not caught up with maintenance yet? Oh, because I bet you have a priority that is higher than this. We are not mining enough coal, is the answer. We have run out of copper as a result. I think import priority for power is still 1. Are we not sorting it fast enough? Or not mining it fast enough? As it stands, it's running as quick as it can, so it may just be we're waiting for stockpiles to catch up. Yeah, we're mostly waiting on stockpiles to catch up by the looks of it. That's fine. We're basically full on most of our resources anyway, so it's not causing us too much issues in the grand scheme of things. Everything down here is ready, isn't it? And running. Other than lack of maintenance, yes. You have sour water. Output is full because this needs maintenance. But this also doesn't have the recipe set. This thing isn't going to output any of that, so we can get rid of all those. Likewise, there's no reason we can't remove that. We're not going to be burning diesel. That would be an absolute waste. Let's pause some things. To reduce maintenance load. Allow it to catch back up again. How we still haven't run out of water, I have no idea. I was not expecting 2 to be enough. Okay, we are getting some copper now. Right. There is a thing we need. It's not that. Glass maker. This was 1-to-1, wasn't it? 24 to 24. Molten glass is a molten thing. Do I want to feed it through a balancer? Do I need to feed it through a balancer? It's a 1-to-1. Molten glass is... If it's only used for this, then... Ah, no. Molten glass has other uses. And Glassmaker 2 is going to be a way more efficient way of doing it. We'll probably have to redo this bit. Okay, that being the case... We will have the molten balancer involved. No, we will run it out the bottom. need to have enough space here to get the slag and the exhaust out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bring this down to here, like that. Okay, we may need to bring an individual exhaust over. There's no other outputs other than that, so I don't mind that going straight in. These will get expanded out that way. Not really worth it, plus the things I'd have to bring it up here. I had the wrong one allocated. That would have helped. It wouldn't have prevented us from constantly being out of maintenance for the last 20 minutes, but it would have helped. I wonder if it's an idea to bring another one of these online. I mean, we're fine on steel. At the minute, it's the copper that's the problem. In fact, one of these can't supply 4 of these. Hopefully that will help. Okay, we're going to finally start getting some more maintenance again in a moment. The trains are coming around here. Trucks will not be along around here, so I don't see any reason that we can't use ground level piping. I should at least think about potential expandability. Well, we are only going to allocate one. Let's plan for having two. So, one. But no, this one can still be along the bottom. But to connect to this one, we're going to need to be up at 4? No, up at 3, I think. This one, we can get away with just doing this. This one needs to come up to 1. And then this one up to 2. There we go. Now, thinking the train that is going to service this needs to pick up from 3 different locations. It needs to get... Oh no, we can do it from... No, yeah, it's definitely 3. It needs to get the sand from here, limestone from here, and then acid and salt from down here. And I probably built these a bit too close together, but I don't think it's going to be a problem. Can I force dismantle this? I don't mind if it voids those bits or sends them into the shipyard over here. Okay. I may actually need to get a digger over here to dig this out if I want to get a train line down this bit here. Okay, maintenance is starting to come back through again. Oh yeah, and we were building or we put the thing up there to build the trains. Scrap is, yeah, it is going to be. We'll bring this back down to level 1. I think 24. Yeah, we're going to need a big pipe one way or another. So we'll have a dedicated line for it. That's height of 2. Although we are going to have to bring it to a height of 5 to get it over here. And then bring it underneath that bridge. Actually, no, we'll still wants to be there, but we'll bring it this way. And I'll bring this stuff over here as well. We may need to upgrade the belts at here, but okay, that's fumes. Correct, good. Then we need this. Yes, the pipe is in the way. We need a conveyor lift to do it that way if we wanted to bring it under here. I may need to reroute that pipe. I don't know how high this needs to be for trains, but we need to connect this into here. And then we need to figure out which one of these will need their belts upgraded. Because otherwise we would have to oh! I didn't expect that to work. That's also a possibility. We did leave a gap in the middle of them. If we bring it up to 1, and then bring them this way, and bring it up to 5 here. I don't mind that. I am okay with this. Okay, so let's think. 12, 24, 36, 48, 60. So this one, and then everyone after it needs to be the next tier. Excuse me, sorry. I don't know why my swallowing was so loud. Do I have anything that is... These are... They don't need to be anymore. And you probably don't need to be either. You've probably caught up. Yeah. So long as you're getting your supplies, you will handle everything we have at the minute. Although there's a decent amount of stuff that's currently paused. We'll see if it can keep up now. Okay. I think we get one lot of the glass stuff being built, and then we are ready to actually start laying down some train track. Do I want to use that line? Maybe. Vehicles will still need to get up there. They will have a path even... Yeah, because they can come this way round. It's a little bit longer, but if they can get there. Yeah, okay. Let's bring this online. Connect that into there, connect that into there, connect that into there. That takes priority. Bring those online. Bring that online. Coal. Okay, we can work with that. We can put a U-shaped balancer here, and then feed each of those into the U-shaped balancer. Kind of want them, or the trucks to stop coming this way. Pause for a moment. Can I get you guys to leave, please? I want to borrow that thing. I'm on a temporary line coming out from here. Right, so if we have the U-shaped balancer here, then this can go into there, that goes into there, that goes into there, that goes into there. You temporarily come into here. That will be an output line eventually. Build that and build that. And then coal for this comes straight from here. Okay, and that's how we get coal in. So we can bring this online, then we need these online. We need that, that, that. Let's have the leftmost one online first. Need those. Output from here. And then we're going to need to get the glass into here. At least that was the plan. But that'll be a problem. They actually have started delivering stuff to it, good. I wanted them to manually deliver. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the outputs. We need to get the outputs all the way over here one way or another. That's fine. I'm thinking about how do we get it into storage. I was just going to dump it into here, but for one, we don't need this much storage of it. It's not used for that many things. And for two, the only way we're going to get it into there is with a U-shaped lifter. And that's going to block the road. I think we don't need this much storage of it. Do we want to buffer it in any other way than a belt? Let me think over break about that. For the time being, we've got plenty of trucks. The trucks will grab the glass from here and then deliver it to here. And then the output of this will get stored in this, which allows us to then build our vehicles later. Touch wood. So yeah, for now, since this is break time, I will take my break. So I will... Let me push buttons. Oops, I forgot to unmute myself. So yeah, sorry. What I was saying was I wanted to make a key change because every time I mute myself or the game, it increases or decreases the game speed, which is not what I want to happen. So now if I mute myself and mute the game again, it won't change the game speed when I go to break. So yeah, I'll have my break, get myself something to eat, something to drink. I'll be back in about 15 to 20 minutes, and I will figure out, hopefully while I'm having my break, what we're going to do about glass storage, if anything. I mean, maybe we just actually put glass storage over here and then belt it over or something, but we'll see. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Don't mind my machinations between or while I was eating. We noticed that we wasn't getting any more glass, and I think we wasn't getting any more glass because we wasn't getting any more sand was the main thing. But I had a thought while all of that was going on. If we need to pick up limestone to take up to make glass, and limestone needs sand, and we have some amount of what's it called? Old that. Whatchamacallit up there. Slag. I might move this up to here and connect it to this train station. But that reminds me, before we go any further, we need to start cutting down some mountains, or at least making a bit more space around said mountains. So let's have one of these. Let's have a random ore sorting plant right next to it. Let's assign your area to B. I don't need most of the mountain itself. I just want this area here so I can flatten some of it. Okay. Did that update? Good. Why is the maintenance cost of this so high? Is it not online yet? We should expect to only get rock and dirt out of this. I'm just building it here so it's nearby. We don't have any of these yet. So let's make a couple of those. We use existing trucks. And the entire point is just going to be... I want all of this area. Flattened. Okay, they have a dump over here. You've got places to dig. You've got places to dig. Sand has places to dig. The other thing that we want to do is flatten a large portion of this. That's enough out of you. Some reasonable amount of work for it to do. That's a bit too far away, but never mind. Okay. I'll get that going. Finally, we're starting to get some watching thingies in. Right, so I did decide how I was going to handle this. Basically, just like this. Although, probably not there. Probably here. And you will handle glass. However, I was going to move this. And I was going to move that so that I could effectively move all of this north a bit. Although this is only going to allow me to move it, actually it'll allow me to move it north by about 4, which may be all we need. But I wanted a little bit more space. So flip the direction of that, flip the direction of that, break that, put that there, disassemble that. Build that, that, and that. Speed that up. These will get acid. That should be fast enough, but these ones actually... I'll have to do that way. I think this is still going to want to be a conveyor lift. Yep. But we can set it up that way round. 2, 3, 4, 5. let's remove these rails for now. Gonna have to remove those in a bit as well, but that's fine. I think we're still going to have to weave them a little bit, but I don't think we need to weave them much anymore. Okay, we need this built now. Otherwise we're going to have maintenance problems again. One second. I wonder if I can disable that. I might pause this research. Actually, no, because I kind of want compactor done. Until we're in a slightly better position to actually manage recycling. Because I don't know whether or not I can tell the research lab to not output its recyclables. This one is a separate recipe, so that's fine. Do we care if the... I do care, actually, yeah. Okay, let's pause. Get that one first. Then we'll worry about that. And then that. Can I pick this stuff back up? I think we can. We have dropped very few frames, so it's your side, I think. We have dropped no frames due to network, and we've dropped 35 out of almost 1 million frames due to render lag. Oops, helps if we actually make that. That's why! How the hell did that happen? I was wondering why 2 of these wasn't enough. It's the little things! Always the little things! Okay. We do not need trucks picking up from here anymore. Copy, paste, paste. Same goes for this. No truck is to touch this. It helps if we actually build these. We're not in any dire need, so we can wait a moment for them to finish. What are you waiting on? Oh. Unable to exhaust. Did we? Yes, we did. Forget to do the last bit. Oh, this is going to have exactly the same problem. But we can actually turn those off now. They was only on as a temporary solution and they weren't actually doing any help, so turn them off. Okay. Now, if I wanted to build a train track straight the way through here, we may actually be able to build it straight the way through. We will be able to build it straight the way through. Buildings, level crossing. Which way's which? Well, actually, it's not going to matter because these will probably get linked up into a single one. So we can have left be. We can do it the way I would prefer to do it. Oh, is there actually the space for that? I'm curious. That's a small level crossing. We could have a one gap between them if we really wanted to. I don't think we do, though. I think I am happy to have them immediately side by side. Okay, and that lines up with the outside edge. So there. There we go, we have a bit more room to play with. So we can input something on this end if we want to now. Okay, copper supply is finally backing up again. They are making headroads here. You are done, so we can actually get this ready. Oh, not quite. Can you get rid of those trees, please? We have some spare trucks, we may as well make sure they're being used. Okay, I need to decide whether or not I'm going to... this can be a sharp turn. Bring this into here. Or have its own, like, route out. It's one of the reasons why I was digging out this area here. We also need to figure out where we're going to put refuel in place. Okay. I'm hoping so long as I don't breach this line here, this won't try to flood that. We're going to have to put in a retaining wall. There's no reason I can't start doing that now, since I have just thought about it, so... it's mining, isn't it? Let's get the corner pieces in first. Terrain designator, yeah, that's correct. That's... There's a little bit more limestone over here that they could get. I mean, it looks like there might be a tiny amount in here, but I highly doubt it's worth the effort. So let's unmark that, get rid of those, and then put in that there. And that'll protect that area when we need to dig down. Is there? That's all in its area. This area isn't drawing. Nope, that's managing fine. That's all in its area. I am not sure what seems to think that it has mining designations outside of its area unless I've accidentally clicked somewhere that I didn't realize I clicked. But why is this one not showing? All of the others are. That might be why. Damn, it stopped complaining. Tree harvesters are done. Good. Okay. I need a place for... We'll give it a large unit storage. And then a farm. Okay, it's literally just this little bit here. I need you to specifically come over to here. I do not mind what you're doing, but I would like you to get a very specific spot. Namely... that bit. I'll leave that over there to remind me that that's the area that I was planning to entirely flatten. And then I think... yeah. So that'll let me start prepping for when we run out of trees. I mean, I say that, and then I look around. It's not going to be anytime soon, but it is good to be prepared. Okay. We need to get this glass over to here. We also need to grab the steel because we forgot to feed it steel. Slight change of plan. You come out here and into there because that will allow me to pull steel off of here. And feed you. And then we can bring the glass into the other side. Because I forgot that needed steel. What are you out of? Concrete? Concrete, yeah. Are we making concrete as fast as we can? Coal. Coal is being a problem again. Another reason to take that up there, because then... Yeah, okay, we're moving that. That's going to get moved up to next to the glass. Because it needs sand, limescale, and coal, which are all going to be delivered to, or delivered by train up there. So yeah, the problem is once again sand. Stop collecting sand. Start collecting coal. Make me a bigger storage for the both of these. Power problem? There's no reason we should have a power problem. What I would like, developers, what I would like is the ability to have a graph with both of these on them. That was a long time ago. That would be nice, please. Thank you. Okay, tree harvesters have no trees to harvest. Grab the trees from the top of the coal pile. Okay. We can bring over a bunch of rock. We have the slag here. We can just put this onto a belt and run it back along this direction. The belts, they must, well, they use power. Do they use power dependent upon their length? Yes. Okay. And they also have maintenance dependent on their length. Ah, belts have high maintenance. Let me see my maintenance graph. Pick up small excavator. Okay, belts are not a top consumer. Oh, I'm reading that wrong. 0.9 is what it requires. The bar at the top is how much maintenance it has. So it doesn't take that much maintenance. Okay. I was trying to figure out how to read this. Blue bar is the amount of maintenance it currently has. Its consumption, I believe, is the orange bar. It's the fact that things are moving around. Shows consumption or production relative to the highest consuming producer. So here are our belts. Small excavators and pickups still use the majority of our maintenance. which I'm hoping to fix with trains, at least as far as pickups are concerned. That is the plan. Because yeah, plan on doing steam. That's 14 maintenance. We should, in theory, only need the one of them. And then we'll have, well, we need 2 different trains for the things that we're doing. So that'll be 30 total maintenance. Interesting. Steam locomotives are powerful in verse. Time to travel 200 tiles. No, they're both, yes. They both have roughly the same max reverse speed. But this is still going to be faster than a diesel locomotive. Presumably because it has higher torque, it can get up to speed quicker. Which makes me think that diesel locomotives are going to be better over long distance. Because they can get to the higher speed. They'll take longer to get there, or they take longer to get up to speed. I think we will do this. I don't think it's necessary, but it will become necessary later. Well, the way we've designed the track, it's going to be necessary anyway. Because there's only one way in and out of here. So the trains are going to come in forward and have to go out in reverse. And yeah, I don't see a reason why. I was going to route that into there, but there's no reason that we can't. No, should we or should we not? The train is going to sit here while it's unloading. That's the plan. It'll load up and then it'll wait here until it runs out of something and then go resupply. So if for any reason we want to get a train back here, this or these two are going to end up being blocked off. So we would want to have to bring it in its own line if we want to use that. Or we bring it down here and along there. Okay. Oh yeah, there are 3 slots on this. Let's move these over a bit. Oh, sun, one moment please. Squeaky leather chair, I'm not breaking wind. Okay. We're still slightly running out of iron ore. Or we're struggling to keep up. Oh, it's just because, yeah, they're not digging into the purer stuff yet. They're still making their way over. Okay, and we're good on coal again for the time being. Although this still isn't being supplied with coal. We have coal, don't we? We do have some. It's just that these are not full. This is a problem that will be fixed once we have trains. So we're producing 24, 24. Okay, the maximum production of that will do that. So this is all we need. We shouldn't need any more than this for glass. Although in theory, if we did have both of these on, we could supply 4 lots of them. But even then, the things that we're using glass for... Oh, hang on a second. It's going to be used for this. But it's 12 lab equipment. So it's not going to be used much for that. We will leave sufficient space for 4. I don't think we will ever build 4. But we will leave the space for 4. No, loose connector. There we go. So, space for 4 allocated. We can now think about... It's not that far away. It does require the next tier of lab though, so... We have some water up top, so that's not a problem. Because we are going to change the copper over to acid. We probably need to give this a little bit more space. Vertically at least. That's going straight in. We're going to need a crusher. $24. It's both 24. I'm going to need 2 crushers. I forget whether or not I can use this directly. Figure it out later. Oh, right, yeah. Location's too far away. What was I looking for? I was looking for... I think it's here that we get... Yeah. The ability to powder things. And it is several times more efficient than a standard crusher. I also think it's probably going to be a fair bit bigger than a standard crusher. It is, brackets, large. But that's all the way over there, so it's not worth worrying about immediately. We can move things over later as needed. Oh no, we copied it from over there, so it has the right recipes in it already. And a single belt will do for that. Sand comes in here and gets split off. This comes along here, up one tier, to here, over to here, and into there, and into there. Nine exhaust. Should just be able to connect the exhaust up to that lot. So we will need to bring slag over. And we have some rocks here. Is that a 2-gap? That's a 2-gap, yep. So we can... Well, we don't need a digger to go over that, so... we can route that way. Not too worried. Which one of these was we allocating to coal? We haven't allocated any of them to anything yet. So let's not worry about that. They're both from floor level. We'll say... Sand can be here. I guess that one's coal now. Wait, does this system use coal? No, it does not. That cannot be coal. That's not how that works. The coal comes in from an all the way over there on the other train. So we need sand and we need limestone. Which makes you acid. You may as well be salt. Yeah, that might as well be sand, so that becomes sand, which means this one is limestone. Means coal is going to have to come in there. Thought that was going to happen. It's fine. Connected in reverse. Or more accurately, do this one first. No, connected in reverse. So you come up to here, you up to level 2, and you come along here and into that. And we come out of here, up to 1, to here, to here. Easier to do it in reverse. There we go. New settlement. New discovery cargo ship technology, which we already had. That's a weird thing to get for finding a settlement. Oh, we have maxed out our supply of vehicle stuff. I need to make a decision. This here, yes or no? It's out of the way. It will need to be manually fed to build a train. I don't mind that. It doesn't need to be constantly running anyway. So I don't mind trucks delivering to it. Once we've got some of this mountain flattened, we can always expand the factory out this way some more. We're going to have more factories elsewhere. But I suppose the other question is, where else are we going to put it at the minute? Probably the better place to put it would be down here. But we would need to finish flattening these mountains. So maybe we move it later. I think it's fine where it goes. It is. It is decided. It goes there. Is this more compressed than I would like it to be? Would I like it to be a little bit further apart? It doesn't make a massive difference one way or another. We can use that water pipe to come over to here. Oh. We have our cooling tower. Recycling is being researched again. Didn't we queue up? We didn't. Cooling tower would be able to make use of this the minute we're just venting it. That doesn't run particularly quickly. They're not that expensive for buildings. Are we getting all of our water back? No, we're losing half of it. We would need just the two of them. Well, 3 in the long run, but we just need 2 of them at the minute. Ah. If we had given ourselves just a little bit more room. I don't know if I can get another pipe along there. Yeah, it's too close. Thought that would probably be the case. So it'd have to go like that. And then route this over here, into the back of here, and then into there. We can put this a little bit closer. Actually, the output is halved, so... if I turn this around now... Yeah, no, we need this built first before we do this. And then we need to tell it that this is a priority input as well. I wish I could assign the level of priority input. Because I'd like it to take from these first. Then from this. Then from this. I may have to have a fluid balancer. Which take power but don't take maintenance. I think our train station might be ready, looking at how many resources we have left. And we need a little bit more sand. Okay, yeah, I think I want to move this over a little bit. It's a bit too close. Yeah, the way I fixed or did that last time is you just have a second balancer. Okay. Grab. Not quite. Damn it. Grab. There we go. That section there. Move it over to here. Reattach this section. Now move it back. There. Okay, this is sand. Goes into there, and that goes into there. Do these things cost any maintenance? If they don't cost any maintenance, then it should be alright. Why is that? Rock and coal. Oh, because it's full of coal. Shouldn't matter so much in these ones because they have 2 outputs dedicated to each type. Okay. Is it built? Hey, it's built. One way in, one way out. Service lanes. No trains in service lanes. Well, let's pause it for now. Okay, new line. No depot selected. You are a depot. There we go. How can be too long for depot? It's not allowed to be 6 long? I thought it was allowed to be 6 long. Is it because there's no tracks attached to it? I thought 6 was okay previously. But the other one, or the other one that I had 6 on, did actually have allocated rail lines on the other side of it. Because that's going to be a problem. Damn, okay. That being the case then, we need this and we need it now. We need longer trains. Immediately we need longer trains. I wasn't expecting the initial restriction to be quite that. Ah, that's true. The actual train carriage, or this, is fractionally longer. That's 32 tiles. Whereas that's 30 tiles. Ah, that's mean. It should have a base length of 32, so you can have a double-headed steam locomotive out the box. And you don't have to upgrade the building. Because that's just going to cost me extra resources. And I'm actually going to have to wait for it to get the research now. Which is technically fine because the train stations and everything else aren't ready yet. Okay, we're finally getting our concrete back. We have been out of concrete for a while. Although we are in process of building an expansion, but that expansion is going to require that the train line be ready. So we're probably not going to actually get trains running today. That's going to be a Saturday thing. And yeah, we need to then reroute all of the coal. So let's also, while we're at it, figure out the other stations we're going to need. We're going to need a station down here. Don't know which way around it's going to be. That station's going to have... Okay, we need to plan it somewhere else. We need... We need a flat area of sand, is what we need. 2, 3, pause for a second. I mean, I could dig it down to 2. And if we go down to 2, then we're just going to be digging everything. We'll level it out to 3. This is the plan. Level the desert. How much of the desert to level? That's more than we need to, really. It's not like we're going to build much permanently on this desert. Or this large beach. Sand flat. We need access for 2 different locomotives. One explicitly for the coal, one for the sand. And I think to fix the problem we're having with this, we will have 2 of them. So we can have one constantly giving us sand and the other one is for coal. But we'll have it prioritize and pulling the sand out of the coal one. So we are going to need another one of those. I'm going to need to modify this area because you are set to be able to deposit stone and dirt, which is fine and good and correct. But if I want to flatten the area out for sand, then I don't want you doing that at the moment. Okay. Let's clear out these designators. Okay. This bit doesn't need doing. It's not going to be able to flatten out what's underneath there, but we'll leave it marked. That's the area we'll aim to get. Rock, coal. Rock, coal. Empty. Trucks, you are confused. Oh, you were a wood truck. You have a place to drop this off. You can literally drop it off here. What am I missing? Rock, coal, dirt. Rock, coal, dirt. Doesn't matter that they don't have any sand, they should be able to deposit here. It's not like they picked up slag or something. Can you see why they have issues? Hello, I'm doing good, thank you. Yourself? I don't get it. Possibly. Okay, yeah. They must have got confused at a point at which they changed which thing they were working for. I assume, yeah, that's assigned to that up there, so that's fine. It's just that we've got nowhere to put the wood at the minute. Are you all dug out? I think they've all dug out the area that I've told them to. Good. Do I want to expand that area a bit? Or do I want to send them down here to start digging out this bit? We'll let them take a slightly larger chunk out of this. I don't want to eat too much into the mountain. Just because it will take too much time. I'm going to expand this one out to here though. Okay, we were, before we discovered we needed to flatten the desert, prepping train stops. So... I'm going to be using steam locomotives, so we're going to need at least one train stop that has this. I mean, if this train stop is a through train stop, $75. How much coal can a one of these hold? I'm going to assume that means that each one holds 45. We might be able to get away with just doing this. Let me copy the configuration of that. And so long as the refueling station allows them to drive through it, then they will be able to unload and refuel. I don't need to expand it out to its full length. In theory, if we did it that way. Otherwise, we need to do it this way. So we need something like that somewhere. We're going to need this down near the pier. Gonna need that in the desert. The extra platforms are fairly cheap, we may as well fill them out. And then this directly beneath us. And then another copy of this in the desert for the coal. Getting this all up and running is going to be an expensive operation. We do not have the resources at the minute. In fact, we're barely getting any of these. Why? I didn't pause them. What are you? It's concrete. We are concrete starved still. This cannot keep up. This should be able to supply both of these. Two lots of 24. Should be able to run this. Rail parts. That also wouldn't have helped. That needs concrete and this needs rail parts and concrete. That's why we're out and waiting for it to finish. We can run the game faster though. We've been at 1 speed for too long. We are running out of vegetables very, very slowly, so we can activate that. No, I'll get their maintenance in a moment. It's fine. Okay. Still haven't decided whether I'm going to run the train track along here or not. Didn't we make another... We did do... Let's accelerate the flattening of the desert. They don't have as far to go, so... You're only grabbing sand, so are you actually just directly dumping it? I would be interested to know. You are. Good. And you've done flattening the bit that I needed you to flatten so that we could put down a farm to grow trees in. Which is outstanding. I now need you to flatten the rest of the stuff that we was asking you to flatten. Oh, they even got the bits around the back. Okay, this farm will have that. Run it that way. And then we don't need... I think we can just... It's a flat one. Flat belt that straight into that. You get the only one of those we have. We don't need to assign any cutters. No cuts at the minute. Import export routes, import from there. Export will only go to one place and we don't need to assign it. Okay. I'm not going to bother building them, mostly because we need the resources for other things, but we have plenty of trees around. We are not wanting for wood. Yet, at least. That might be considered outside of its area. It is complaining about it. There we go. Something still complaining about things being outside of that area. No, that's all fine. Where do we have allocation outside of the mining area? Ah, here. Stop that. They were cycling. But no, that's not the... Ah, it's complaining about these. Or maybe not. Still complaining that there's designation outside of mine area. Aha, there we are. That's the actual problem. This is the actual problem. There we go. For the first time in a long time, my alerts are empty. Has my research ground to a halt because we haven't been exporting... Okay, no, it's voiding. Good. Well, we can start thinking about that, though. Waste sorting plant. This one accepts crushed. Collects organic waste, typically food leftovers. We can do something with that, can't we? Is it just turn it into... Yeah, boiler fuel. Or compost it. It's not like we need more compost. But we would need to do some messing around here. We need to cut and move some stuff. I assume biomass is loose. It must be this only accepts loose, doesn't it? Yep, okay. Ah, but that creates compost directly. So it doesn't actually want to go through this one. It would want to go through these ones. Okay, I think we need to switch these around. Because now we need to actually get rid of more compost. We may need a second one of these. We shall see. I mean, overclocking it is an option. How's our fuel gas storage over here going? Are we actually getting a profit yet? We're not. Does look like we are mostly using this for power, so that's okay as well. There we go. We're finally starting to get concrete back. We should route these in. And this out before we forget. This is what we were doing before we got distracted by other things. It's good to have multiple things going so that the vehicles and everything have stuff to do. $18. $42. This needs to be a bigger pipe. And then we need water in, which we can pull off of here. We don't have the acid brought over here yet. I wonder if we even make enough acid. I've got plenty of sour water and a large enough store. If we're using enough diesel, then we're making enough acid. That's not a problem. Is that fine? Yeah, that's fine. Ship needs repairs. I'm debating putting a temporary acid storage down here so I can convert these over to acid now. Because it'll eventually be fed from up here. Yeah, because I want to do some rerouting of this pipe. Of this pipe work. Let's put a small storage here. Your acid. Import a small amount. Build it. We have a backlog, so let's turn this off. And then pipe from here into there. Flip the direction of that. 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 Let's not connect that up yet. Let's allow all the water to escape. I can't anyway. We're just going to have to forcibly empty it. Right. I probably should have done that from here. Emptied these out first, because all we've ended up doing is refilling them. Okay, now we can get the acid pipe made. And that should work fine. Come to here. Bring it up to level 2. Is that enough to get over that? Yep. Come to here. Up to 5. Over to here. That's water. You've emptied out. You are getting acid now. You are running again. Good. That is all good. Actually, let's give you a little bit more acid. Tree harvesters are out of trees. And the great flattening of the desert is going well. Do I want to bring this online now? The trucks would have to feed it with its lime scale and everything else. A belt is sufficient. Okay. This comes from here. That is somewhere around about the middle. I might have to move that water pipe. Just because it's marginally in the way. I think we can still get underneath on this side. But we're only ever gonna... oh no, there's we can use a lift if we need to. We can use a conveyor lift. We need to get this over to there. So let's bring it up by 1. I don't want to interfere too much with... Yeah, let's bring you up enough that I can get you over the top of all of this. Okay, that's the slag. We do still have the rocks. I don't know if we'll be producing enough slag to always convert over. It's going to depend upon how much we're consuming of everything at any given point. Are you finally empty? You are empty. Okay. I was wondering about that. So 2 of these can feed 3 of these. That will hopefully rebalance that out. I've not seen any warnings yet that it's not been able to output because the output is full. Guess what research just finished? Now, was I right? It does go at the back. Long trains! Costs 100! Good lord, we do actually have enough. We're gonna need so many tier 3 construction parts. We're making them as quick as we can at the minute, now that we actually have our supplies running again. Access to long trains. Yeah, while it is backed up, I don't think it's an actual problem. Because I think it is eventually still feeding through. I mean, we could reduce the amount of wheat and corn we're making. Vegetables are still on a general upward trend, and that's the thing that we have more, or need more of. Yeah, but then we also have the fact that we may want to have, which we can do that over here. Where are you? Just feed this directly over and in. Or have another bridge. And feed it underneath. Let's do the bridge thing. Small ramp. Kind of annoying that that's in the way, but not much I can do about that. And then we have U-shape loose. That will go underneath. We do need to feed it into there. That's not something we can do. Okay, yeah, biomass isn't something that is just sitting around until you start processing it. Oh, we don't need to do that. I didn't think that through properly. We can just feed this into there. And then the biomass will get fed in automatically. Yeah, I think I need to bring another one of these online. Okay, guess there's a little bit of extra fuel. And we'll make our settlement slightly happier. I'm wondering what's causing the fluctuations. Production fluctuations specifically. Why a fluctuation in services? Not getting sufficient water, maybe? Shouldn't be a problem with the waste. Or power. It may have actually been a water issue, given the fact that it's starting to fill back up again. Because the tank was empty. I suspect that's what it was. It was a water issue. I wonder if... Stores 10. Oh, right, because it runs every 10 seconds. Okay, so that only works on the outputs. If you change this, then it has an internal storage it can use. Or more of an internal storage that it can use. But the problem is, the minute is more lack of output. Because 2 of these are still running too slow to keep up. But that's fine, we'll get more biogas out of it. Right. There we go. How long can a train be now? Okay, so it's 40 length base, and then each extension extends the available by another 10 tiles. The problem is just that the steam locomotive is 6 in size rather than 5. We could build this even though we have nowhere to put it. New line depot. Let's actually array or delete this line because it's not like we have any train stops at the moment. You've gone and got yourself stuck. If you keep trying, eventually you'll be able to fall down, but I think I'll just recover you for the sake of speed expedience. Maybe, yes, it's plus 10. It's an extra effectively an extra 2 carriages with each extension. So it's 30, then 40. So each are plus 10. Okay. We're prepping all of this lot. We have 100 spare. That's 10. Those are 30 apiece. Great flattening in the desert is almost done. Where are we going to put the fucking fuel refueling station? And what are we going to do about these? Right, that was what I was trying to do. We're putting that down. And we wanted to see compactor. We don't have the research for it yet. That doesn't output very fast. And neither will that, so it's not too much of an issue at the minute to feed these. Yeah, these can serve as a tier 2 belt. Let's see, pressed recyclables. 48. Um... 3.5? I know, I'm thinking about this wrong. 2 times this. Okay, yeah. It processes it at the same speed. But given that we're belting it in, I don't think it matters. If we need to transport it over distance, then yeah, compress it first. So when we're bringing in recyclables from elsewhere, we'll want to compress those. But the stuff that we're just piping directly into it, we can just pipe directly into it. Because yeah, it's the same processing speed on each. It's just an extra step in the middle. That's 18. This is 6. Can you use the sodding bridges? The bridges are there for you to use. It's an input, so it's a loose output. Depends on where I want to put this. I think I probably will compress the recycled output. And they're not... it's not that far away. I could belt it over. Yeah, fair point. That's kind of the things I was thinking about. How much power does it take? How much maintenance does it take? Compactor is one, shredder is one, so... It's probably going to depend on how fast it gets spit out the other side. We would need a sorting facility, which is basically just a bunch of these. minute we're only using 3 of them, but we do need space for 4 of them. And then we would need to get them, or at least 3 of them, over here. We've given ourselves more space on this side, so that's not too much of a problem. Bring one of them along here. Up and over here. And route into there. The other one can just keep going along here, and the glass one can keep going along there as well. Although we do need to still bring it over the top of the railway. Over the top of this. Can't bring it over the top of that. We can always bring the glass one along here and then this way round and into there. I think we just belt them in. At least for the time being. I don't see a need to compress these. The belts are going to be a little expensive. What's our longest and most expensive belt here? Just in terms of the power it uses. And the maintenance cost. If we include the fact that the vehicles need maintenance, then it's cheaper to belt it, for maintenance-wise. Because the belt itself will use more maintenance than the crusher will. But then you have the compactor, then the shredder, and then the vehicle. So added up, it's still going to be cheaper. Yeah, okay, we belt them. I don't know the kind of output rate we're going to get from these, but we'll put mini tier 2s on all of these. This can spit me out my iron. This can spit me out my copper. And this my glass. Kind of a shame I can't flip these 2 around. Routing these in isn't going to be a problem, because we can just run them underneath. Can I flip this while it's in place? No. I was wondering if I could change the input and output direction. So we could put the compressed scrap into there. Because we can't be blocking off this path. I can always disassemble it. Suppose the other question is what else generates recyclables? Okay, so only the things that we're currently sitting next to over here are going to generate recyclables. Everything else is almost certainly going to be elsewhere. So we can bring in compressed. So So we do need to figure out how to get compressed into there cheaply. That's what I was worried about. Oh wait, that does work. Okay. Maybe. Actually, that might be blocking off. Are you blocking off? It is blocking that one off. But then it's also not flat. Yeah, okay, that still works. So long as we connect into this side. Then when it comes to needing to get the compressed recyclables in, we can just do that. Which means we can store them here. There's no point me bringing this on, like, bloody hell, I forgot how expensive that thing is. We do have the stuff to start building some of these. We're happy with the placement of these, so yeah. Let's allow it to construct this lot. Level allocated coal, good. Gonna need that up at level 3. Don't know what we're going to be doing with these two. Level 0, level 1, level 2. Depends on how much we want to be blocking this lot off. Ideally not much. Let's route it from the opposite side then. That's the tricky bit. No, that's okay, actually. Oh! It has found a way to go slightly higher for a short amount of time. That works. We shouldn't go that far down because we do want to be able to allow other things underneath there. So we'll bring it to 2 then. And then we'll connect it in. That's 1. Now we go copper. I like that it can do that. Although I think for this one I will take it underneath. Because I want to line up with those. And then we just keep going. There we go, that's number 2. And now glass. No, I think I'll start taking these underneath these ones. So we'll bring it up to 1, take it to there, then up to 4. This one is going to need to wiggle around. Actually, yeah, in that case we should probably use this line instead. Where are we going? Yes, let's take it all the way over. That goes there. To here. To here. Oh. That works. Both goes to the same place. Didn't think that through. There we go. So that's our recycling paths. Although, we're probably not going to touch the recycler until we have sufficient threes. Let's turn all of these off before they consume too much resources. They do take a worker each, but empty station module. They have copy pasted the UI. Why is it not taking the worker out of these when I've paused them? Should be using... Does it only require a worker while active? They're one apiece. We have 4 of them, so... Yeah, they would be here. So they're not actually currently using workers. Even while active. That means that they only use workers when there's a train there. Okay, those tracks should be bi-directional. Let's just make sure that they are. Yeah. Okay, we are past the stream's endpoint. Pause it for now. Gonna need to decide between this episode and next exactly where I want this train line to run. I think this main line here, I definitely want to have only light curves. Which thankfully that will be easy enough to tell it to force. What I'm not sure about is how we connect that. How easily can you shift just one square? Oh, that's okay. Thank God for that. I was worried that just because of Factorio has a very specific, it's a slightly separated grid system for train tracks. Which means if you get them slightly misaligned, it can be a pain in the ass to connect them. But this looks like I can quite happily just slide over one grid space and it's all okay. Which means connecting that to any part of this is going to be non-issue. Oh, I know it has a grid system. You can see, quite literally see the grid. What I mean is that the train grid system in Factorio is on a grid of 2 rather than a grid of 1. Whereas this is on a grid of 1. I can slide it over 1. If this was Factorio, I wouldn't be able to connect it here. I would have to connect it to here. But yeah, we need to decide where we're going to refuel, where we're going to put all of these other stations. We need these guys to finish digging that through, but that's fine. I think the desert has been flattened enough for my purposes. So we will get to actually activating our train system on Saturday. That will be the plan. So, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. We'll be back again on Saturday from 2 PM BST onwards. So hopefully, we'll see you next time. Cheerio.